international matches. So a lot of them have that debut against Pakistan. That nucleus at the side together. Another wide down the leg side. So none but 2.
I like the fact they've got their slip in there. The ball is moving around. I mean, you're not going to bring the slip in bowling down leg with that line. However, just those fielders in front, I think, would be a great idea just to get them in their face, put a little bit of pressure on the Thailand bats.
2 without loss here at the Sydney Showground. BBC 5 Live Sports Extra and Grandstand Digital across Australia. Yana Bagan past the umpire. Back of a length, having a go off the toes this time is Juntum. She'll get the 1 run down to fine leg. They will scamper through, fielded on the fringe of the circle by Arub Shah. And that's the first run off the bat. So was it leg by?
Leg by.
Leg by.
Leg by.
3 without loss, but if nothing else, they've got 3 runs on the board, and now it'll be Buchatum's turn to take strike.
I actually thought that was going to be a wide, just having a look at that initially, and she moved and it hit her leg, and obviously you still get a run, but, you know, to get that wide, you get a ball re-bowled. So sometimes it's good to just hang in your crease.
So Buchatum to face the last ball of this Diana Baig over. Right arm over the wicket, on the stumps, edging and dropped. Well, going low to her right was Amima Sahale. Not sure if it dropped in front of her. It looked like a genuine chance though, Joe Broadbent. She sort of went half-hearted with the one hand, low to her right, and they will not run off that ball from Diana Baig. As we see on the replay, it was a thick outside edge and just wasn't quite expecting it. She went sort of too late, Amima Sahale. So a chance goes down in the last ball of the first over. Now 3 without loss, Thailand.
Definitely a catch, and it looks to me like the slip was a little bit wider than potentially. Maybe they saw a lot of that swing that was happening out there, Spriggy, although it would have been swinging the other way for the left-hander. So that's actually a drop, but it's a difficult one. It's low at the ankles, and you know it's almost sort of moving a little bit to your right. So difficult chance, but they're the ones that you want to take.
Anam Amin is going to bowl now from then in front of us, a members side here at Sydney Showground. Now she bowls a slow left arm orthodox. This mode of bowling has been so effective in this tournament, hasn't it? And indeed it is in short form cricket right across the world. But she's going to bowl her left arm finger spin around the wicket.
So many left arm offies around the world at the moment, Spriggy, like you say, and it's a lot of batters find it difficult to face them because of the angle in and the turn away.
Juntum is on strike. They're back at mid-wicket. And it's played down straight to mid-off here from Juntum. So a dot ball to start. Fielders are back. See one at mid-wicket. And then just outside the circle, down in front of us at mid-on, is Nita Dar. So she's up inside on delivery, but they don't have the 2 back at the moment as she plays this ball through the offside straight to Amima Sahale, so another dot ball.
And I don't think that's such a bad thing because, you know, that means that they've got 2 fielders just in slightly closer on both sides, but not close enough, in my opinion.
She's around the wicket in here, Amin, and now it's cut straight to cover point. Another dot ball. 3 without loss, Thailand won the toss. They're batting first. The second last game in Group B, indeed the second last game for the tournament before the semi-finals on Thursday down the road at the SCG. And Amin, left arm finger spin on the stumps, straight through the gate that time of Juntum, and slight misfield by the wicketkeeper. They will opt to not take the single though, still 3 without loss.
And this is where Thailand really have to work hard. You need to be able to put the bad ball away for 4, but the good balls have to be turned over for at least a single and get your partner up the other end. And that's what they've just been unable to do. Ringfield
creates pressure, and in around the wicket. To be enticed that time did Juntum, but comes down the track, plays it straight to mid-off where it's fielded by Aliyah Riaz.
And the technique is there, isn't it, Spriggy? You can see the full face. You can see them, you know, they're in the right spot to be able to hit the ball. They just need to hit it, get their hands through it.
Last ball the over. And now it's well flighted, and also a little uppish through the air as well, through the offside. It may go all the way for 4, and it does. A despairing dive from Aliyah Riaz on the rope, but Juntum has broken the shackles with a boundary. She's off the mark, despite the first 3 runs of the game being extras. She's got 4 next to her name from 11. And Thailand are 7 without loss after 2 overs.
And that was the difference right there. her body was still in the same position, but she threw her hands a little bit more through the ball and was able to pierce that gap and, 4 runs. And hopefully that just gives them a little bit of confidence that that's the way to go. That's the way to do it. Back yourself.
No threat of rain here at the Sydney Showground, despite the fact there was they had the covers on for a while, as we heard there during the toss, and a light sprinkle perhaps through the afternoon, but it's staying away for now, which is certainly a good thing for South Africa, because the opportunity is there for them to take over from England in Group B and finish top. Diana Baig starts new over here. Boo Chatham gives herself room, plays it to cover point along the ground. And another dot ball. She was dropped with the last ball of the most recent over from that end. Was Boo Chatham. So she'll be keen to make the most of it.
The only way that South Africa miss out on top spot really is by being beaten. So a washout tonight gets them through into number 1 spot. And with that rain around on Thursday, I'd be a bit nervous. I'd be wanting to finish top in your pool.
Yep. I'd like to also just have a win and take that momentum with them through to Thursday. Diana Baig in past the umpire. Boo Chatham on the drive, straight, past point, a misfield. And they just get the one and think about the 2 and think better of it. Throw comes in from the outfield, takes off the light up bails, but 1 run to the total, 8 without loss midway through the 3rd over.
And again, it's good to see them playing through their shots there. And if they get a little bit of bat speed through that, you've got more of a chance of beating the inner circle. And that's exactly what happened there.
I mean, you want to finish high in your group, but there's something to be said about playing Australia in the semi-final. Is it something you'd rather avoid, given, I guess, the adversity now they're facing with Elise Perry and the home crowd, of course, at their disposal as Jantam waits for Diana Baig. It's down the leg side, deflecting off their pads. They'll get at least 1 leg by, and 1 leg by it is, signalled by umpire Claire Polisak, 9 without loss.
Yeah, I've seen Australia play better, Spriggy, too. So, are they just warming up to this and they're going to come into the semis and play the game of their lives, get to the World Cup final in front of hopefully 90,000 people and do it again as well and rise to the occasion, which we know they've done in the past. 3rd
man is back, fine leg. Diana Baig continues here to Boo Chatham, the left-hander. Back of a length and driven straight to Nita Dar at mid-off. Something we spoke about, Joe, going right back to the Women's Big Bash League, is just the schedule and the risk of burnout. Elisa Healy, who I spoke to in December, said she was burnt out already. And here we are some 3 months later on the eve of potentially a World Cup final. This event has been talked about for so long, and here we are. It's this Sunday at the MCG. Big crowd. They have to get there first and deal with that burden of expectation. Diana Baig in past the umpire, bowling here to Boo Chatham. She moves inside this ball. It's just dropping short of the fielder at mid-wicket, Javeria Khan. So a little dicey that time from Boo Chatham. 1 ball to come in the 3rd over. It's 9 without loss. Baig
looks a little bit like she's struggling to bowl to the right-hand, left-hand combination here, and a lot of a lot of bowlers actually do struggle with this if they haven't got a lot of right and left-handers or a lot of left-handers in their environments where they're actually practicing this sort of thing.
She taps her bat and waits for the last ball of the over. Here it is, Boo Chatham. Offside field on the approach, walking in with the bowler. It's driven back past the bowler, straight to mid-off, and that will be a dot ball to finish off. So she's conceded just the 3 runs so far from her 2 overs. Thailand 9 without loss after having won the toss and electing to bat first. Sonaran Tipok spoke about, I guess, just the need to finish off, to have some fun, but also just look for scoring opportunities and move past that best mark of 82, which they got in their most recent game.
And just what I just love about these Thailand girls is just the way they represent their country, isn't it? They are so proud, they are so grateful, and they're soaking everything up. And that's kind of why there's a little bit of me that wants them to do so well today.
And Amin will continue. So the same 2 bowlers used across the first 4 overs of the game. She's left arm around the wicket here. Jantam on the drive through the gap. That was so confident and comfortable. And it raced away to the rope for 4. 13 without loss.
Well, that was just a glorious shot all the way along the ground. Again, like, they're hitting the ball so well, and when you find the gap, it just looks so much better, doesn't it? And the feel that she would have had with that ball coming off the bat, that would have, I reckon there would have been a huge smile on her face.
And Thailand as well bring a new approach by way of just the region they represent. So Southeast Asia, obviously we have the subcontinent and India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, but and we'll continue around the wicket. Full ball, again driven, this time a little straighter, straight to build extra cover in Amama Sahel. So it's quite a unique thing that they are Thailand. They're not just a team from the subcontinent or England or whatever it may be, or Africa. They come down the track, it's up-ish, but beats the fielder wide of mid-off, and 4 more. Well, she's taking the fight, is Jantam to Anam. 2 boundaries in the first 3 balls of this 4th over.
This is just great to see, you know, just having a look at the replay there. Beautifully timed. It didn't even look like there was a really big swing with that one. It was just the timing of that shot. And you could see her eyes watch the ball right onto the bat there. That was a magnificent shot.
Just to tidy up on that point about just I guess the gap they fill in the international map of cricket, to have a team like Thailand competing in the World Cup is a new approach, and certainly a well-deserved one as well. Jantam is facing Anam, who now looks a worried figure. Anam Amin, another full ball, another drive through the gap, again beats the fielder, and again it's 4 more. 3 fours this over. Thailand 21 without loss. 2 balls to come in the 4th.
Oh, that's another great shot. She actually went, it was a little wider, so she went sort of through the cover region, and the other one was just through on the other side of extra cover. So, you know, that's another great shot there. Really backing herself here. This is what you want to see. Thailand have played so many games in the lead up to this World Cup, and I think, you know, maybe now it's starting to pay off, Spriggy.
And when you are the underdog, you have nothing to lose as well. 2 balls to come in the over. It's back of a length. She's pushing back, defending to the bowler. That time is Jantam. She's 16 off 17. She was, I think, 4 off 11 at one point. A slow start for her to get going. See what happens last ball of the over. I mean, lights it up. She goes over the top this time, over mid-off's head, and again, 4 runs. Well, that's 16 runs off the over, 4 boundaries to Anam, off the bowling of Anam Amin, and Jantam now has 20 off 18, Thailand 25 without loss.
What I really liked about that, Spriggy, was the fact that she backed herself even more and went over the top. And I think as a batter, when you're first getting in, doesn't matter whether it's power play, it's just the first 10 balls of your innings, you want to feel the ball come off the bat. Generally, you play along the ground, but that one that you can get over the inner circle, it just gives you so much more confidence.
Continue here with Diana Baig.
It's probably a tactic that Pakistan have used all the way through. Pretty much Baig has bowled most of the 3 overs. The 3 of her overs have always been in the power play.
Goes without saying, it's the best stand of this tournament so far for Thailand. 25 without loss. Baig is into Buchanan. The left-hander drives back over the bowler's head. Fielder gives chase from mid-on and will just reel that ball in before it gets to the rope on the far side of the showground. Good throw as well from the deep. It takes off those light-up bails, and they come back and run 2 in the meantime. 27 without loss here, Thailand.
I think B. Chatham said, if you can do it, I can do it. She just didn't quite get her timing as good as Chatham, but still a couple of more runs on the board for Thailand.
Just taps her bat here, Boo Chatham. They will take the slip out here. Amama Sahel was at first slip, but they realised they might need the coverage on the onside, just forward of square. Mid-wicket is encroaching ever so slightly as well. Mid-on, mid-off. Got the cover point, backward point as well. Baig in here to Chatham. Tries to move inside this ball, flip it off the hip, but it's squaring her up, and it drops onto the wicket where it's fielded by the keeper, Sidra Nawaz.
Yeah, you would think with this sort of field, she wants to sort of attack the stumps and bowl into the wicket more with the drives up and the field behind back. So she's, you know, bowling pretty well to her field so far.
Thailand muster here. They appeared confident from winning the toss and batting first. I mean, she knew it was coming. Tipok, the captain. Diana Baig, right arm over the wicket. Short, pulled away on the onside. That'll race away. It slows up ever so slightly, but it will get there for 4. Great effort from Buchanan. That's her first boundary here for the Thailand team. She moves to 7 and now 31 without loss.
She's definitely joined the party now, Boo Chattenham, hitting that 4. Yeah, I think Diana Baig deliberately, put that one into the wicket even more, but just too short. No protection square of the wicket. I'm not sure that was a good area for her to be bowling then. Maybe the surprise bouncer, but not on this wicket, Spriggy.
Diana Baig goes back, thinks about the next ball. Boo Chattenham waits. This time tries to go past point on the offside, but it's fielded. Good effort out there as well by Mariba Ali Sadiqui. Little diving save. No real pace on the ball, however, so a dot ball, 31 without loss. Still 2 balls left in the 5th.
Just shows what you can do. Sort of 1 over can just swing the momentum a little bit. For the first 3 overs, Spriggy, it wasn't much happening for the Thailand girls, and the Pakistan were really sort of tightening them up, and just that one big over, it's just created more runs for them.
Diana Baig, a dead ball on the approach, so just I think a ball might have blown off or something.
One of Maury's favourites. Dead balls.
False start. Yeah, well.
A couple of bowlers have almost had their heads taken off because they're actually running in and the umpire throws their arm out, and we've almost seen a few bowlers go down.
So Diana Baig on the approach, the left-hander swinging and missing that time. Boo Chattenham still on 7. She's faced 11 balls, 1 ball to come in the 5th.
That one actually looked like a bit of a slow ball.
Yeah.
She looked like she was through her shot before that had even reached her then. So, well bowled there by Baig.
Certainly had the fight taken to a, well, not so much her, at the other end, Anam Amin, but it's been great work from these 2 openers so far to really accelerate that run rate.
I'm a fan of the slow ball too, Spriggy.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough slow balls and short balls. Obviously, maybe not on a wicket that we're on today, but definitely the slow balls.
Certainly the best bowlers vary their pace in this format, don't they? As Baig, last ball the over, stands and delivers that time as Boo Chattenham goes big over mid-off. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. That's a nice way to finish off the over. Still 1 to come in the power play. 5 in the books. Thailand 35 without loss. Chattenham is on 20. And Boo Chattenham is on 11. And joining you next, Joe, will be Moran.
The Women's T20 World Cup
on ABC Grandstand
and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Well, this is fun, Joe.
Isn't it?
What?
I tell you what, there was nothing for the first 3 overs, and then boom, boom. They've decided to play here, Henry. It's great to watch. Great to watch.
This was always going to be the game Thailand would have earmarked the thought. This is the one. If we're going to win a game in this tournament, this is our best opportunity.
I agree, and I think the timing of it being their last one. That's why there's just part of me just wanting them to do so well today, and they would be so proud if they got over the line. On the other hand, obviously Pakistan have. Look, they've done really well in this. If they walk away with 2 from 2, I think they've done, a really good job as well for their country.
Whatever happens in this game, from Pakistan's point of view, the victory against West Indies will live long in the memory, and that will give them confidence about exactly what they can do in major events. And so there is that, whatever occurs in this game. But I, for one, am loving this partnership. 35 without loss after 5 overs. Alia Riaz into the attack. Charging away from us is a full toss, which is hammered away for 4 behind square. Chattenham moves on to 24. Thailand 39 without loss.
Well, she continues to swing.
Why not? I mean,
that was a full toss. We would be able to hit that, Henry, I reckon, that one.
Oh, I think you grossly overestimate me.
Well, we've seen the full toss get wickets in this competition, so you still got to put those balls away, and she certainly did.
Yeah, Alex Hartley's been telling us all tournament that 33% of the full tosses get wickets.
That's why she's fist pumping in the other room.
Riaz down the track, Chattenham inside edge, somehow ends up down at fine leg. I'm not quite sure how it made that. Anna Amin throws in. I will remind Alex of her statistics. I'm keeping a tally on full tosses today.
We need a proper statistician that is going to tell us whether she's right or wrong.
Are you telling me that Alex does not constitute a proper statistician?
I'm actually not going to judge because I'm no good myself, remember?
Well, when you
dots and ones off front foot or no balls.
You offered me, you said to me the other day, I've got a statistic for you, and it was a statistic that failed to include a single number.
I went home and cried about that. No, I didn't. I actually cried laughing. I cried laughing. That you picked me up so well. I loved it.
Oh dear. Round the wicket comes Ali Riaz, outside the off stump, swing and a miss, goes through to the goal wide, signalled by the umpire. 41 without loss. Score predictor says 120. 120, that's a game. That's a good game.
What a great start. Like, normally most teams would would want 43 in their power play, and they're none for 41 at the moment. Like, they're almost just about hitting their target that I think that they would have had for this game.
Ali Riaz. Oh, down the ground it goes. Is this going to be 6? It's in the air. Oh, one bounce, a foot inside the rope, straight down the ground. But what a shot from Buchatam.
What a glorious shot. That went so high. We had to wait in anticipation, didn't we? And it just missed.
It almost came down with snow on it. It went so high. But what a shot.
You almost feel, when it just misses the boundary like that for a 4, that's 2 runs that you lose. 2 runs. It cost them 2 runs, just a metre off or a foot off.
It was just, less than a foot. Oh, it's so close. They're checking it. They are going to check it.
Yeah, they are.
I'm telling you it's 4. We don't need to check it. Buchatam's 15 from 13. Been expensive, this. 10 from 3 balls.
They're taking him on, which is what you want to see.
Here comes Ali Riaz again. Driven once more, but this time straight to Javeria, the stand-in captain, who's waiting at extra cover. I have to say, Javeria is not the tallest, and her interview at the toss with Ian Bishop, and it's quite the height difference between the two of those.
There certainly was, wasn't there? They almost needed for him to maybe kneel a bit or put her on a box, which they do sometimes.
Ali Riaz, outside the off stump, thrashed away again. Is this going to be 4? You bet it is. Over extra cover. And it's another boundary. Thailand are a run away from their 50. We're not even at the end of the power play.
Well, I'll tell you what, Riaz gave her too much width then, and when you haven't got a fielder out in the cover region, that's just easy pickings, isn't it? You just got to get some bat on that's going to get over the inner circle. She did reach for it, but yeah, she controlled it really well.
What a shot. Again, I know it's there to be hit, but it's put away beautifully. 49 without loss. Chantam's 25, Buchatam 19, Ali Riaz to finish the over. Tossed up, driven without any timing into the offside, and there's no run. 49 without loss after 6 overs. Joe Broadbent departs, the England World Cup winner, and commentary sensation Alex Hartley joins us.
I have a question.
Oh dear.
What has the largest power play score been in this competition so far? Because this is definitely up there.
It's got to be.
It's got to be.
I don't know.
It's been a very low scoring World Cup so far.
Yeah.
I think this is, I'm going to go with this could be one of the highest.
I think that was fancy dress today.
If we weren't on air, Henry, I'd say something back.
Okay, you can in due course, but not on air.
You know what?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be cold, and it is cold.
Yeah.
So I went for trousers and then realised I didn't have a t-shirt, so I just went for the old sporty t-shirt, and now I look like Sporty Spice, according to you.
Well, you've got your hair tied up like Sporty Spice, you're wearing trainers and a hoodie as well.
The hoodie's purely for the warmth factor.
Okay, not for the full tribute act.
What would you say I've come as this outfit right now?
Sporty Spice.
I think Scruffy Spice.
Start of a new over. This is bowled to the far end by Nida Dar, digging the ball into the pitch. It's a dot to start things off. Dar into her first over. I think she's had a haircut between matches. 49 without loss. Into the 7th over. Driven out again, but straight to the bowler, who gets a bit of a tangle with Buchatam at the non-striker's end. And a couple of dot balls just to keep the Thailand score in check. Where are those fielders in the deep? Now the power play has finished. We've got deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. Nida Dar from round the wicket prepares to bowl. The bails have come off again. I'm not quite sure how that's happened. What's going on here? Enough delay. Plenty of talk out there in the middle. Nida Dar ready? Yes. Here she comes. Chantam is on strike. Gives herself room. Nicely played through the covers. Beats Javeria up extra cover. And it'll beat a single out to Diana Baig. 50 up for Thailand. 50 without loss in the 7th over. Thailand are having an absolute whale of a time out there.
It has been very, very entertaining. I have enjoyed every single ball of today's game so far.
It's been great fun, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Do you know what? I don't know if anyone else out there's noticed this, but every time I make a prediction, it's very, very wrong. I said Thailand had no chance today. They're 50 off 6 overs.
Nida Dar moving in, played with a very straight bat back to the bowler, Buchatan. We've just seen pictures on our TV monitor of the injured Pakistan captain Bismar Maroof with a huge smile on her face. It's a smile that says, Thailand are smashing it around, but I'm not responsible. This is hit into the offside, collected, and there'll be no run. It's been a decent over, this one off it so far.
Must be quite a nice feeling as a captain going, oh, I left you to it, girls.
And look what you've done with my team. Nida Dar bowled outside the off stump, chopped away. There won't be a run though because it's stopped by Riaz at backward point and the end of the over. So just a one run from it, so good recovery from Pakistan at the start of the power play overs. 7 gone now. And or the start of the second power play, 50 without loss. The run rate is 7.14. This is marvellous stuff. Who's that that's run on the field? There's a problem with those stumps up the far end.
Well, they do keep flashing.
And you don't need that. You don't need some unexpected flashing out in the middle. You really don't.
No, you really don't.
And he's having a look at those light up bails.
Tell you what, this delay is actually not good for Thailand because they're on a roll. They've got so much momentum behind them. A little delay in play here could really slow them down, and they're going to have to start again because we saw they were slow in the first 2 overs. Then they decided, hey ho, let's go for it.
But in terms of the performance, Sporty, I mean, this is very much where they'd want to be.
This is more than where they'd want to be.
I think this is superb, isn't it? Thailand flying, 50 without loss. 7 overs gone. Aroob's going to have a bowl, and a leg spin. And she hands her towel to the umpire. And we're going to see Chantam on strike on 26. Tossed up, back in the crease, driven to deep cover, and that'll be a single, another run. Chantam moves on to 27. Got anything for me, Al?
No, I'm in such a good mood today, Henry.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think I'm just very excited by this Thailand batting performance so far.
Enjoying it hugely. Those that have made it in are really getting a treat here today. It's not the nicest day. It's overcast, it's just a little bit gloomy. Floodlights are shining.
It's a bit like Manchester, really, isn't it?
It is a bit like Manchester today. Aroo round the wicket to the left-hander who's hitting the ball hard in the air down the ground. Nida Dar crouches at long off to pick up. That was nicely struck from Buchatan. 52 without loss. It feels a bit like you could be at Old Trafford in April.
Yeah, a bit warmer than that though. There'll be a few more layers on, a couple of hats maybe if we were in Manchester in April.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Echoes around the ground. Plenty of noise out in the middle. Aroo moves in, very full, dug out by Chantam. They're just playing very good cricket shots here, Thailand.
They really are. I've been so impressed. It's almost like we've seen a different team. I'd be interested to know whether the coach has said, right, let's just get our experience playing in the other games, and Pakistan is really our chance to win. Do you know what I mean? Because they've come out and they've played aggressive shots. They'll have obviously learnt a lot in the previous games. That's
exactly right. And so nice to see them playing with that freedom in this last game. 53 without loss. Defensively played by Buchatan, who's low flying something. Heading over the Sydney showground. 53 without loss.
The projected score earlier said 220.
When?
Just about 5 minutes ago.
Did it?
Yeah, it's now gone down.
Aroo bowling in the air. It's going to flash away for 4, I fancy. Yes, it does. Over Javeria at extra cover, and Nida Dar in hot pursuit. Unable to cut the ball off. Another boundary. 57 without loss. There is a coordinated dance routine going on in the Thai dugout, and it is outstanding. Every boundary that's struck, they are, I mean, without wishing to dwell on the Spice Girls, it looks like a look, watch this. Here you go, arms across, and it's brilliant. Well, there you go. Oh, brilliant. Arub, deep in the crease, is Buchatan, pushed into the offside. It's a sort of arms in the air and then across the chest, repeated a few times. Big smiles, lots of celebrations. 8 overs gone, 57 without loss.
I just love the fact how much they enjoy their cricket. Watching Thailand in this tournament has made me realise that cricket is funny. You should enjoy it. Like, quite a lot of professional cricketers, myself included, get too caught up in trying to do well and trying to, be the best. Most teams and most players are at their best when they're enjoying it and they're having some fun.
They just look like they're thinking, you know what, this has been a wonderful experience, but let's just go out there and give it all we got, Amber. There's no point in us trying to block it. Let's show the world what we can do. And this is absolutely superb. 57 without loss. Thailand batting first against Pakistan. Round the wicket comes Nida Dar from the far end. Deep in the crease once more is Chantham, punching to wide, long off. Another run is taken. Every run greeted with a big cheer. There's quite a big congregation of Thailand supporters down to our right. The Thailand flags, the red, the white and the blue, flying.
I really like the fact they've got themselves into a position now where they can just keep playing simple cricket and just hit the bad balls for 4. And they just keep knocking the ball down the ground, taking the easy option, because they've got themselves into such a fantastic position.
Nida Dar, short hair, number 8 on her back, long sleeves, moving in, tossed up outside the off stump, driven without finding the gap from Buchatan as far as Arub at extra cover. Javeria's got some good sun cream face paint going on. Nida Dar, and that's hit hard out to deep cover. What a bit of timing that is from Buchatan. A little bit of a fumble, but they won't get back for the second run, so it's just the 2 runs off the first 3 balls of the over. Javeria's sun cream is sort of across the nose and then down the rest of the cheeks.
To say this is probably the least sunny day we've had, she's got the most sun cream on I've seen.
But it's habit, isn't it?
It is habit.
Elise Perry will wear, and Maddie Villiers for England will wear the sunscreen even on a floodlight game. Dot ball is played back to Nida Dar.
Yeah, which, I know, game face, is that you put your game face on? I must just put sun cream on when it's sunny, you know.
All right, Captain Sensible over there. Next ball is worked past Nida Dar this time, and it's a single. 60 without loss. The score moves on to 3 runs from the first 5 balls of the over. I'm enjoying this hugely. This is such entertaining cricket. Will they go for the big shot? Buchatan's been striking it nicely to run a ball 25. Again, another quicker delivery from Nida Dar, and so the over goes dot one, and it is 60 without loss after 9. With Chantham on 30, Buchatan on 25, and Pakistan. You imagine at this point, Alex, I'm feeling a little bit nervy.
They will. Nida Dar has come out here and, she's shown how to bowl on this wicket. She's been outstanding. I think she's only gone for 3 runs, 4 runs in her 2 overs. And I think the others need to learn from her here, because it's a slow wicket, so you need to mix up your pace. You need to bowl some quick, bowl some full. The others have just been a bit erratic with their bowling.
It's not been particularly controlled, with the exception of Nida Dar. Arub to continue. 7 runs from her first over. She strides in again. Bit of leg spin, tossed right up, driven back. That's a good delivery. Not much that Chantham can do with it. Thailand, they need to keep this momentum going. That's important. Arub, encouraged by Sidra Nawaz behind the stumps. Shuffles in once more. Another expansive looking stroke, and there's probably a run there if they want it, and they do, because there's a little fumble in the end from the fielder waiting at cover. That's Hiram Javed. And it's 61 without loss. 2 balls into the 10th over.
They've slowed down a little bit here, Thailand, haven't they? They've got 2 or 3 off the last couple of overs, but, they're still going along nicely. Still no wickets down.
Will the option of clearing extra cover be taken? No boundary rider out there. Yes, that's exactly where it's gone. Buchatan with a glorious stroke. It's going to run to 4 as well. That's brilliant. Brilliant batting from Buchatan. Huge smile on the face of the captain, Sonoren Tipo. in the Thailand dugout, and Alex Hartley's doing the dance of celebration now alongside me.
I've learnt it, and I have not seen a better cover drive than that. A lofted cover drive over extra. Where's that been the whole tournament? Come on, girl.
It's a brilliant shot.
It's so good. The more I watch it, oh, love it.
This is superb. Now they do send a fielder out to deep cover. The shot was there. The leg spin bowler around the wicket to the left-hander. It was there to be hit, wasn't it? So deep square leg comes up inside the circle. Buchatam waiting and hits the ball exactly where that fielder was and hits it for 4. Another brilliant shot. 69 without loss. Down on one knee, lofting the ball into the leg side for 4.
A brilliant shot, but really, really smart cricket as well. They've just brought deep square leg up and put extra cover out because she keeps lofting the ball through the covers. She's then gone down and swept one straight over square leg's head for 4. Really, really impressive.
Now, the field changes back to how it was the delivery before.
I think what she actually can do here is bring mid-on up and have extra cover out because we've not seen her hit one over mid-on yet.
She drives through, well, not quite past Javaria, because she stops it quite effectively, crouching down the standing captain. Another lovely piece of timing. 1 ball left of the 10th over, 69 without loss. Thailand flying. Buchatam, 33 from 29. Gives herself some space, hard into the leg side. 2 fielders out there, so it won't be more than probably just the 1. It is just a single to finish the over, but a good over, 10 from it. 70 without loss. Alex Hartley is going to stay here, and Brett Sprigg is going to replace me.
Don't miss a moment. The Women's T20 World Cup
on ABC Grandstand
and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Get Down.
Oh, what fun, Alex. Unbelievable stuff so far from Thailand. 70 without loss, and that is now the equal 4th highest partnership ever for the Thai women.
I mean, and what a way to do it in a world tournament as well.
Yeah.
World Cup, and they've got one of their highest ever partnerships. I want to see them go on.
Yeah, yeah. You want to see them just get to 100?
They've already really proved me wrong. I said they had no chance.
Yeah, yeah.
What do I know? Some expert.
Chatham 31. It's going to be Mima Sahale from the end furthest away from us. The Martin and Angus stand end. The left-hander Buchatam on strike. Fielders back at mid-wicket. Protector on the fence on the offside as well. Long off, long on, both back. This is well flighted. In fact, a full toss driven back to the fielder at long off, and just the 1 run to start the 11th over.
I've been really impressed with how Thailand have obviously decided their bowlers that they're going to, attack, and the bowlers that they're going to just rotate the strike with. I think they played smart cricket today.
Absolutely. Mima Sahale just toggling the field a little bit, so she's pushed that fielder back to like a backward point. She's now going to go a little bit squarer, and there's a fly slip on the fringe of the circle as well. Here she is, Sahale, and now it's driven here by Juntum straight to the fielder at cover. Mima Sahale on the approach past the umpire. Another full ball, dug out by Juntum, straight to the fielder at mid-off. She's got a mid-off cover position, and well, she's been stopped the past couple of balls. She hasn't sort of freed the hands just yet in this over. Mima Sahale is down the leg side, whipped away off her legs. They'll get at least 1. They think about a second and think better of it. 72 now without loss. Juntum is 32, Buchatam 35.
There could have been a second there, but they've probably done the right thing.
They just ride the momentum. Yeah, they're there, they're set. They're established batters. They've still got 9 overs. How high can they push this record? Well, they're going to smash the 82, their best team score of the tournament. Sahale, right arm around the wicket, looking to slog sweep this time. Buchatam, it was wrapped on the pad, a half-hearted appeal, and a dot ball. Ultimately, 72 without loss, 1 to come in the 11th.
It's not a bad option, though, because the square leg's up, and we saw her get that sweep away in the previous over. I think I'm really impressed with the way she's got about this innings.
Buchatam 35 off 32. Here she is, the left-hander facing Mima Sahale. It's on the stumps, driving back past the bowler. The dive will chop off what could have been a couple. They get the 1 run to finish, 73 without loss. 3 runs off the over bowled by Mama Sahel. After 11 overs, 73 without loss. Bridgerton 36 and Chantam 32.
I think Pakistan can be a little bit smarter with their field. So we've seen that the Thailand girls like to play over extra cover. They've got a couple of sweeps away. I haven't seen them play over mid-on yet. So if I was Pakistan, I'd keep my mid-on up, I'd have my extra cover out, and I'd also have my square leg out. Sometimes you just have to bowl to the players that you're bowling at instead of bowling to your typical plans.
Aliyah Riaz will take up the attack now from the end down in front of us. The left-hander on strike. So she's bowled just the 1 over so far. She yielded 14 runs. She'll continue right arm medium around the wicket here for Pakistan. On the stumps, dug out, uppishly out to the fielder on the fence at deep cover, and just the 1 run to start the 12th over, 74 without loss.
If she's going to bowl outside the off stump like that, she needs to bring her fine leg up to 45 and put mid-off out. So mid-off is actually coming out. Oh, different batter. Rotated the strike.
Well, they've been devoid of options for most of this innings. I mean, they've been smashed, it must be said, just shy of 7 runs and over. That's something you expect from Thailand against Pakistan. I mentioned the records that are set to fall. Here they go again, waiting for Riaz. It's wide outside the off stump. She's slicing away, cutting at this ball out to the sweeper on the fence, and just the 1 run, 75 without loss. So, yeah, the highest ever partnership in Thailand women's cricket, 94. Jantam has featured in, I think, the top 4 partnerships anyway, so she's been a staple figure through much of their relatively short history in world cricket. A lot of their records are against other developing nations like Nepal, Hong Kong, Netherlands, Malaysia, etc. This is right side the off stump, having a flash at this. It goes high in the air and down to the fielder at third. Rolls into her hands. They get just the 1 run, none for 76.
Aliyah here has obviously decided she's just going to go wide, as full as she can. Wide, she's going to bowl wide line. She's set a field for it. I think maybe she could have long off out and bring mid on up, but there's obviously she's an experienced bowler. She's obviously got the back. No, I know what I'm doing.
Aliyah Riaz. How does she follow up here with long on and mid-wicket back? It's outside the off stump. Rocking back and cutting here is Jantam out to a sweeper on the fence. Another single. So a patient approach here from the Thai women. 38 is Bridgerton. Jantam is 34. Some of the nations have played against Indonesia, Namibia, Bangladesh, Ireland, Scotland, Uganda, Bhutan. It gets more and more obscure the further down you go. Nations you don't usually associate with cricket, but it's great they are associate nations, exactly that. 2 left in the 12th over. Aliyah Riaz, slower ball going across the line. This time is Bridgerton, the left-hander. Gets 1 out to square leg. Square leg gives chase. They'll come back for a second. So a couple of runs there off that ball from Aliyah Riaz.
That was 41 miles per hour. That was so slow. That was slower than Sophie Eccleston bowls. It's brilliant. See, I love it. I love it when seamers, have a change of pace so dramatic like that, because we saw in Jenny Gunn, who's recently retired for England, her slower ball was disgustingly slow, but it worked every single time.
And it does work in short form cricket.
Yep.
If you're going to master the T20 craft, and it's certainly a must. Here she is around the wicket, Aliyah Riaz to Bridgerton. She goes high over extra cover. It bounces away for 4. Slight deflection, a despairing dive from Moriba Ali Sadiqui, but it does indeed go for 4 runs. They are 83 without loss. Jantam is 34, Bridgerton 44, and there is just no stopping Thailand.
Another phenomenal shot over extra cover. Pakistan need to bring their cover up and pull their extra cover out, because we haven't seen any balls go square today. Everything's been straight. Everything has been proper cricket shots.
So after 12 overs, none for 83, and no signs of slowing down.
I just like how they've been smart. They've really attacked certain bowlers and rotated the strike, and they've been happy to see, Nida Dar. They said, right, she's probably one of their best bowlers. Let's just defend this over. We'll get more runs off the next one.
The voice of Alex Hartley on this T20 World Cup. BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, Grandstand Digital right across Australia as well on the ABC network, alongside me, Brett Sprigg. And looks like it's going to be a moment to continue from the end, far away from us. Jantam is squared up, just playing it along the deck to the fielder at mid-off, sort of a cover mid-off, in the gap there, the extra cover. Noah's in behind the stumps. Encouragement to her bowler. This is outside off, driven. And it beats the fielder this time, out in the gap, beyond extra cover. And again, another boundary, this time to Jantam.
The Thailand girls are doing their dance in the dugout. I'll be joining them at half-time with my sporty spice look.
87 without loss now. Jantam on 38, the right-hander. Running here for Amama Sahale, rolling her off spin. Full ball, worked away, off the legs, behind square, in the gap, 4. 2 boundaries to start, well, midway through this 13th over. 2 boundaries off the first 3 balls, none for 91. Jantam joins Bujatam in the 40s, she's 42.
That was an awful, awful delivery. I think that delivery, she's under pressure. She's gone, okay, I need to fire it in here. End up being a full toss, leg stump. There's no square leg. Easy shot.
So they are 3 runs away from equaling their highest ever partnership in international cricket for these Thailand women. This is played up in the air on the half volley to the fielder extra cover. Not quite a chance, but up-ish to the fielder. Jantam just resets herself. She's 42 off 39. Bujatam at the other end, 44. They are none for 91. 2 balls left in the 13th. She's past the umpire, Sahale. Full toss. Played out in the gap on the offside. Protector on the fence, though, comes up. Chops it off. They get just the 1 run. 92 now for none.
Now, I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but that was very nearly caught at extra cover. And that would have been your fault.
Why?
Because you said they're 3 runs away from their highest ever
I
partnership.
did, you're right. I did. I'm just so keen to see it happen. You're quite right. I do curse teams time to time. Bujatam is on strike. I don't want to curse her. She's 44. Coming around the wicket, Sahale. It's driven straight to the extra cover this time, so no run. And that will have us completed through 13 overs.
Now, we saw Maroof on the big screen earlier and she had a massive smile on her face. We can see her again now. She does not look very happy. She's got her hand over her mouth. Her eyes are looking down. I think she's very, very disappointed in this Pakistan team at the minute.
Yeah, Bismar Maroof, who she broke her thumb, didn't she, while trying to scoop Catherine Brunt?
Yep.
Yep. It's all from Alex Hartley for now. Joe Broadbent to move in for the conclusion of this Thailand innings, which I wish it wouldn't stop, Joe. I mean, they've just been so much fun to watch. They are unbeaten yet through 92 runs and 13 overs.
This has been amazing. I've just loved watching this Thailand team out there batting. I do feel a little bit for the Pakistan team. I think Nita Dar has been, the lone soldier as far as bowling performances so far. But, you just got to pat them on the back, these Thailand batters, don't you?
Absolutely. So we're going to see Anam Amin, who took some punishment early in the innings. 16 runs off 1 over. It was full toss this time to Jantam. Played it out through the fielder on the fence at deep cover, and it's just the 1 run. So her figures so far, Amin, so none for 20 from her 2. So can make that 21 runs conceded with the single to start the 14th over.
You wonder what would be going through the batters' minds here. They haven't been in this position before in this World Cup, Spriggy. They may have in their history of Thailand, but this World Cup, normally, they're all out or they're 7 for 70.
Well, I was just making the point to Alex. I mean, they will about to. They're 1 run shy. I don't want to put the mocker on them here, but they are 1 run shy of equaling their greatest ever partnership in women's cricket in Thailand. It must be said, the opposition is vastly different. They play against Nepal, Hong Kong, other developing qualifying associate nations. This is against Pakistan, who is a proud cricket nation, and this is Anam Amin, who's just squaring up the left-hander Bujatam, plays it back to the bowler, no run. I will look up their highest ever team score, but I don't think it's in danger necessarily today. This partnership has been fantastic, though, for the first wicket. She goes big off that full toss, high in the air. Long on comes up, takes the catch, and they will fall 1 run shy of the best ever Thailand women's partnership. The first wicket falls at 93. Bujatam is out on her way for 44. The catch taken in the deep by Alia Riaz. 1 for 93 in the 14th over Thailand.
Well, dare I say it, that was a full toss. It needed to be disposed. I actually thought it was going to go over the boundary. Didn't quite get a hold of it, and that was quite a simple catch. But I think there was part of both of us then, Spriggy, that was thinking, maybe don't take that. Let them have their 94 partnership.
Yeah, and
Not
Narima Chaiwai breathed a sigh of relief because her record partnership with Jantam stays intact. That was against Nepal in Bangkok about this time last year, so on their home deck. But the wicket does bring about a new batter with it's Suturang coming into the crease here for the Thai team. I was just making sure, 44 runs indeed it was for Berjatam, who is on her way. 44 off 40 balls. Caught Ali Reyes, bowled Anam Amin. So she, who copped a lot of punishment in her early overs, has at least struck back to make the breakthrough for Pakistan, but there is still plenty of work to do for them.
It was really lovely to see the Thailand teammates get around Berta Tatum as she came off. She's still sitting there. Oh, she's just taken her helmet off now, but they really got around her, and it's great to see. You know, that's why you play cricket. That's why you watch cricket, to see wonderful things happen like that.
A wicket in the 14th over, still 3 balls left, and dead ball on resumption that time from Anam Amin. Her figures so far this World Cup, 1 for 19, 1 for 22. So she has a wicket in each of the games she's played so far. Having missed one of them. This is a drive now from Jantam along the carpet, out on the offside for 4. She's 48 off 42.
The really good thing there is a wicket's just fallen and she's still making sure that she's got really good intent. It was a low full toss there that she was able to put square of the wicket, but you still got to put those away, and you've just got in the back of your mind, we've just lost the wicket. So that's really great to see.
Jantam moves within striking distance of her 3rd T20 international half century. This is down the leg side and signalled as such by umpire Chris Brown. Bales came off that time from Sidra Nawaz, but she had her toe back in that time, did Suturang. Around the wicket, left arm finger spinner, Amin. Pushing back here is Jantam, I beg your pardon. Jantam's on strike, she's 48 off 43.
This over's had everything, hasn't it? A 4, a wicket, a wide, maybe just a no ball to go.
Jantam facing the last ball of the over. Oh, tried to move inside this ball and get it fine, but it's a wide. She missed that. Will be re-bowled here by Anam Amin.
Not what you want to see, is it? But that can sometimes happen with left-handers, angling down the leg there.
Thailand 1 for 99, and now that will bring up the 100, if nothing else, for the Thailand team. And Jantam will keep the strike on 49 at the resumption the next over. 1 for 100 Thailand. They know it's a milestone. There's applause from their dugout. It's a significant marker for them as well. And a half century beckons here for Jantam.
Definitely
49 off 44.
They're definitely full of beans, aren't they, Spriggy? You can see them on the sideline. There's a little bit of nervousness about them too, that can we do this? Can we win this game? You know, we've got one of our highest scores for this World Cup, and they've still got 6 overs to go.
Still got 6 overs, but it has not been a high-scoring tournament.
Yeah, that's right.
As has been discussed. I mean, just to see the power play take shape the way it did with this Thailand team. Jantam will keep the strike, and a rare opportunity for her to bring up a half century. So a sweeper on the fence on the offside and a square leg. That fielder gives chase, but this ball will find its way to the boundary, pulled behind square for 4. And Jantam has her 3rd T20 international half century. She's faced 45 balls to acknowledge the crowd, who give her adoring applause. Previous half centuries, 69 against Nepal and 60 against Scotland. Both of those scored last year. You get the feeling, Joe, this would mean just that little bit more to her in the World Cup.
Oh, absolutely.
Arub, second ball of this over, played out on the offside, down to that fielder on the fence. Coming across from deep cover and 1 run to change the strike over. 54 off 56 Jantam. Suturang now will have an opportunity to face.
Tell you what a 50 that was. The best shots for me were the ones through extra cover along the ground and in the air. But even just down the ground, like, you know, what a magnificent innings that was. Glad to be here to witness it.
I didn't think when we came to the ground today, Joe, we'd see something quite as special as this, but there is every chance that Thailand cause this boil over as Arub continues. Bowling a leg break, and it's a dot ball just fended to the offside.
I'm thinking that 130 they could potentially win this game, but I actually think they might nudge to 140 here, Spriggy.
Yeah.
Maybe even get the 150.
From there, who knows? Arub continues here to Suturang, gives herself room, cuts out on the offside. Fielder gives chase from deep cover, comes around. They'll think at least about a couple, and it is indeed 2 more runs to the Thailand total. Suturang is off the mark on 2. She's faced 2 balls. Thailand 1 for 107. Yes, you heard that correctly. We're BBC 5 Live Sports Extra and Grandstand Digital around Australia. So the projected score at this current run rate is 146. They've got wickets in the sheds. You just never know. Arub Shah bowling a leg spin, pulled out into the gap on the onside. Deep mid wicket comes up, does the fielding square of the wicket, and it's just the 1 run, 1 for 108.
What they've done extremely well in this game today is the boundaries. I would love to know how many boundaries that they've scored here compared to other games in the World Cup. That's what's given them their total so far.
Arub Shah continues, flights this ball up, full toss, driven at pace to the fielder extra cover, and a dot ball to finish off the 15th over. So still 5 overs left in Thailand's allotment. They won the toss, they chose to bat first. A partnership of 93 ensued between the left-hander Bujatam and Jantam, who's still there on 54. Bujatam departed over before last for 44 off 40 balls. Caught Ali Riaz at long on, in fact, off the bowling of Anam Ali. And during that over, we saw 53 at a half century come off 45 balls. 53. I'm beginning so carried away with my fun. It's time for Henry to join Joe Broadbent.
Goes the aerial route over deep mid-wicket 6.
The Women's T20 World Cup
on ABC Grandstand
and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes.
Oh, what fun this is.
They're still going well here, Henry.
I'm having the time
What a
of my
game.
life.
What a game. I'm saying 150.
108 for 1, 15 overs. Diana Vague back into the attack. Keeper standing up. Don't bowl there. Full toss. Hammered away through mid-wicket. 4 more. Suturang's in on the act. 112 for 1.
I tell you what, you've got to put these bad balls away, and that's exactly what the Thailand batters have done today, and that is the first ball of Bayes, and that's gone.
Get out of there. 4 runs. 112 for 1.
Maybe if Chatham stays there, it could be 160. Dare I say it?
This celebration they're doing in the dugout, they're going to get a repetitive strain injury. They're doing it so much at the moment.
They're going to go out in the field with such a buzz, aren't they?
It's been... I didn't expect this to be my favourite innings of the tournament, I have to be honest. Suturang waiting, whipping the ball into the leg side. Fielder at deep mid-wicket will pick up.
I'm with you, Henry. I just love watching this. What? It could be an overthrow? No, not quite.
Nope, not quite.
Good throw at the stumps, though. Direct hit from the boundary there. Caught the other fielders off guard.
Chanter, 10 fours. 54 from 47 balls.
Beautiful shots, haven't they? I don't even know whether I can remember all 10 of them, but I reckon they were through the covers, mainly.
Diana Vague into Jantam. Oh, filthy ball. Pushed through the offside. Would have been a wide had it been left alone. Instead, it'll be a couple of runs, so not the worst thing in the world. Oh, there's a mix. It could be 3. Would have been 3. Had Jantam not been puffing and trying to get her breath back and wandering down towards the far end of the ground.
There was a little bit of glaring going on then between the two players. I think one player thought she had it. She thought she had it. I think it's Nita Dar down there, and I think they both thought they had it. And in the end, potentially that could have been, should have been 3 runs. There's only 2 though.
115 for 1 midway through the 16th over. 115 for 1. Thailand. They haven't scored 100 yet in the tournament. They're going at close to 7.5 and over. Diana Baig, right arm over. Shuffling in, very slow, dug into the ground and then stopped in the covers. No pace on the ball because I think Pakistan realise offer any pace, and this ball's going.
I think they're about 15 overs too short here, Henry. And the fact that it would have been great to see a few more slower deliveries, and maybe they've just cottoned onto it. So now Thailand need to respond here.
115 for 1. 2 balls left of the 16th over. Diana Baig bustles in. Tossed up. Very full. Brilliant return. Catches it. I think it is. The muted celebrations, as much as anything, reflect the state of the game. But Chatham's brilliant knock comes to an end. Gone for 56. Chipped back to the bowler. And Baig in a follow-through. Tumbles and hangs on. It was very full. And it was drilled pretty firmly back to her right. And she's done really well to take that. Has it bounced?
I actually think that's bounced.
Do you?
Oh, yeah, controversy here, Henry. I reckon that's bounced. I thought it was a crowd catch to start with. The bounce hasn't occurred. It's hit on the full by the batter going back to the bowler, but I actually sense that it's hit her hand, gone on the ground, then gone back into her hand here.
Little conversation taking place between Nathakan Chatham, who goes for 56.
Doesn't look like anyone's making any movement to have a look upstairs, but it just looked a little bit odd.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Catch in the
There
end.
was just a little moment, wasn't there? Oh, and there's a little bit of appreciation all around the ground from
Lovely.
Chatham, who smiles broadly as she's greeted by her teammates in the dugout, who are all, to a person, on their feet, smiling and applauding the efforts of their opening star. 115 for 2. What an innings. It's been brilliant.
Oh, it's been amazing to watch. What a day. What a day to be here, Henry. I'm only doing one game today and I picked the right one.
You did.
No, I'm sure we'll have a cracker tonight as well.
Yeah, as long as that rain stays away, that's my only worry, because it makes a big impact to the semi-final lineup, of course, this game between South Africa and West Indies. I'll explain more after this next delivery, which is the final ball of the 16th over. Kuncha Roanka is in, right-hander, keeper stands up to the stumps, slower ball, and it's played with good timing into the onside. That'll be 1, maybe 2, no, just the 1. So 116 for 2 after 16 overs. How many more can they muster, Thailand? 4 overs left of the innings. The impact of the game tonight is as follows. Victory for South Africa would mean they would top Group B and would face Australia, runners-up in Group A, in Thursday's semi-finals at the SCG. A no result, were there to be rain, for example, and the outcome would be the same. It would be a South Africa-Australia semi-final, the other way around. And then the only way things can change is if West Indies can get a victory, and that would shift things round. So it would then be between India and South Africa, because England would top Group B, and an England-Australia semi-final on Thursday. I might hear the sort of creaking and grinding of gears between my ears. We're getting there. So basically, anything other than a West Indies win, and it'll be South Africa against Australia in the semi-finals. If the West Indies win, then it'll be England-Australia in the semi-finals.
I think it'll be South Africa, Australia and England and India.
116 for 2. This is worked into the offside. Is that so? That's right.
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, I think India will play South Africa if South Africa get beaten today.
Yes.
And England will play Australia.
Yes, that's it. Tossed up,
So
driven down the ground murderously. Is that going to be 4 runs? Fielder running round? No, it will be collected. A vicious cross-batted heave. But Iram Javed picks up in the distance. A fair few more people in the ground there were at the start of this game. I think word has got around. I've not seen a replay yet from the front-on angle of that dismissal that might tell us if there was any contact with the ground. There's no check, certainly from the umpires. This is swung away out to deep mid-wicket from Suturang, who's now 9 from 6. 118 for 2 is the Thailand score, midway through the 17th over.
Well, they're still swinging, Henry, which is exactly what they've got to continue doing here. I know they've lost wickets. They've lost the 2 informed batters here. However, if they can get a little mini partnership going here at the end, just to extend this runs.
Kochan Renka waits 2 from 3. 118 for 2 as a Maimer. The bowler tossing the ball up really very poorly. It's put away. I think it's going to be 4 runs. It will. It's not going to be cut off by Nida Dar because that was a really poor delivery that was full toss down the leg side from Amema and punished. 122 for 2, 6 off the over already.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that delivery. I think the good thing about bowlers is that you can come back and bowl another delivery. Unfortunately, if you're a batter and you do something that's not quite what you want, sometimes you're walking back to the pavilion.
Well, quite. Amema in again. Another delivery that's down the leg side. Another delivery that's worked away. In pursuit, the fielder Diana Baig will slide, stop it, but not before 2 more runs have been added. Amema, the off-break deliveries aren't landing at the moment. They're not even being given the opportunity to turn. 124 for 2 with a ball left of the 17th over.
And it all just comes down to the execution here. You know, I'm sure they've got really good plans to bowl nice and tight on the stumps, full of length, and just when you just quite don't get this right, that's exactly what can happen.
Final ball of the over, the 17th. Again down the leg side, but this time there won't be more than just a single because somehow, shuffling to the leg side, it's come off the outside edge and ended up... Oh, actually, it's off the pads. That's how it's ended up at short third man. That'll make a little bit more sense. So, how many runs from that over? That I make as 9 from the over. Yeah, Amema has been expensive from her 3, gone for 20 without taking a wicket. 125-2 for 2 is the Thailand score after 17 overs. Joanne Broadbent, Henry Moran on ABC Grandstand, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, and the ICC website and app going all over the world. If you're in the UK, you can see in-play highlights via the BBC Sport website and app. And there's been plenty of them in this innings. No doubt about that. There's been some brilliant cricket in Thailand.
This highlights package is going to be very interesting, Henry. It might be full of Thailand.
There's not been a huge amount for Pakistan to celebrate. I think that's fair to say. Nida Dar will bowl around the wicket. Off spin from both ends. This is hit hard into the ground, out towards Muniva at deep mid wicket. And that is just going to be the 1 at the start of the over. So
she's been their best bowler by far. I think she's gone for, 5 runs off. This is her 3rd over. She's been their shining light today. Can she do it with a bat later on?
Well, they are a batter down, of course, Pakistan, because there's no Bismar Maroof, the captain, who is absent through that injury, thumb injury. And I saw pictures of her earlier. There's a huge amount of... There's a cast, there's strapping, there's braces, all sorts of things. This is a big swing and a miss that's going right through and very nearly bowling Suturang, but she survives.
It's amazing what they put on breaks these days. I remember breaking my nose once, Henry, and I had a big plaster across my nose. I've never seen anyone else break their nose and have a plaster, though.
126-2. This is hit hard into the ground, stopped in the covers. This is another good over from Nida Dar.
I think the doctor was having me on.
No. How did you break your nose?
Actually, watching cricket in the nets. I'll tell you after this ball.
Nida Dar is in, driven nicely, beating the infield, is it? No. Well stopped, half stopped. They'll get through for a second if they're quick. Throw comes in. Is that going to be a run out? I think that she's probably just about home, running to the danger end. Suturang. The throw was just a little bit wayward. And are they even going to check? I think this is... I like this from the umpire. If you're confident, if you're sure, just don't go upstairs.
I agree.
I think
keep the game moving.
Too often we spend ages. The throw comes in, we can see it from this angle. Oh, she's well home. Good umpire. Square leg. That's what we like to see. The delay. I know this story and I really want to hear it. Nida Dar, the delivery which is back of a length and mistimed into the leg side for 1. Will it be 2? They're pushing for it. Throw comes in. This could be a closer one. No. Again, through for 2. 5 from the over. 130 for 2.
Great running from the Thailand girls there. They're trying to get every last little inch out. Ryan Harris, Australian men's player. He played at the same club that I did. He was batting in the nets as a 14-year-old. I was coaching. Someone said, watch out. I turned. Ball hits me right on the nose.
Oh, no.
Absolute. 10 stitches. My modelling career was out the window.
Oh.
Not that it ever started, to be honest with you.
Oh, no. I mean, I hope you got compensation. Outside the off stump, in the air, but clearing the infield and running away for 4. Out to deep cover. Suturang chasing a wide one and getting the boundary. 134 for 2, 18 overs gone. Thailand, why, they're on for 150.
Too much width, wasn't it? Too much width. Square of the wicket, even though the boundaries are quite long, you throw the bat through it. That's over the inner circle. That's 4 runs every time.
Did he apologise right now?
I only found out it was Ryan Harris about 2 years ago.
Did you?
Someone told me. Someone actually said, oh, Ryan Harris admitted that he hit a ball and it hit you in the face. And I said, he said that to you and he hasn't said it to me. So I haven't confronted him yet.
Well, I hope that you prepare. Because you know what it's like when you have an argument or disagreement with someone. You think hours later, if not days later, I wish I'd said that. I wish I had the presence of mind for that witty comeback. You've now had, what, 20 years to think about this? I hope you've got something.
Oh, God.
Really?
I'm going to have to make something up.
You're going to?
I'd say something like, is that as hard as you can think? Although,
yeah.
I tell you what, I would have lost my whole nose if he had have been hitting the ball as a man later on.
And I'm bowling and swept away for 4. Behind square, it's going to race to the ropes. I'm afraid you're not going to catch that. It goes running away once more. And Amameen's been expensive in this game. And this time, it's Concharo Anchor that gets the boundary. 138 for 2, 11 balls left of the innings.
It's always a good feeling, isn't it, when you get that 4 ball in the first 2 balls of an over, and that was loose enough for her to be able to put that away, and she didn't disappoint.
Thailand, they've got to be heavy favourites for this game now. They really do. Anna is in. Flipped away. It's going to be more. It's going to be 4 more behind square on the leg side. Whipped off the toes and away to the ropes.
I tell you what, it is not raining, but it is raining fours, Henry. Raining fours.
Everywhere you look.
Coming from everywhere, all sides, down the ground, both sides of the wicket. This is fantastic.
This is absolutely thrilling cricket. And I did not expect to be saying that today, I have to be honest, because these two sides, with the exception of the Pakistan performance against West Indies, have not exactly shone in this tournament. But this innings from Thailand has been brilliant. Kontraranka is on to 17. Tossed up, driven back down the ground, but only for a single, as it goes as far as Alia Riaz at long off. 143 for 2, 9 balls left of the innings.
And they've really had the composure, really, the whole innings, haven't they? I actually thought, we might see the 2 openers get out and then a bit of a tumble of wickets, but no. It's like, we want to have fun too.
They've just kept going. No messing about. Suturang waiting, hammering the ball out to deep mid-wicket. That'll be 1 more. Nida Dar throws in, and there's a bit of anger in that throw from Nida Dar, because 10 runs have come off this penultimate over of the innings already, and we've got 2 more balls left of it.
I know how hard coaches and support staff work, and they would just be loving this at the moment on the bench. It does all your hard work that you do with your team, and you're seeing this display. It's great.
Kontraranka waiting, driving, picking up a single. It's good running again. Muniba Ali Siddiqui is down quickly, but not before a single's been taken. And there's a ball left of the over, 145 for 2. If the heavens were to open now and this game was not to reach its conclusion, whatever happens, Thailand will have this innings.
That's right. No one can take
that away from them.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
They've shown the world what can be done. As another single driven down the ground to long off concludes an expensive over. Amameen finishes with 4 overs, 1 for 40. Alex Hartley's popped in looking for a pen. Whose bag of stationery is this? This Brett?
So she wants my pen, and I'm not going to be able to score properly. No, mate.
She's got a fact. Alex, just put on the microphone. Just tell us your fact. Alex Hartley, England international. Go.
Thailand have scored the highest score on this ground in this World Cup so far.
That is such a good fact. I think you should join us for the final over.
Okay.
Join us for the final over. Why not? It's been such fun. She was going to write that down. I'm glad you only got as far as T. I'm glad we didn't. We could have been here a while.
Would have taken me a while to spell Thailand.
Nida Dar, you said it, not me. Outside the off stump, hit hard away to deep cover, and it is 147 for 2. We've had so much fun.
Have you?
Last 20 overs. I mean, isn't it?
Well, you have too, haven't you?
You've been here as well, haven't you?
Can we go back to my fact, please? The highest score was 143.
Who by?
They've
England.
smashed it.
England, was it?
Dunno.
Oh, no, it wasn't England.
Needed round the wicket. Swept hard into the ground. There's not going to be a run there. It's well stopped.
Thought you were giving England a rat there.
No, it's South Africa.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, this has been brilliant.
But it's been proper cricket.
It's not...
Like, it's been, everything has been thought out, everything's planned. I'm speechless.
It's not a great position to be in as a commentator, that, Alex. 147 for 2. Down the ground, good looking shot, not quite timed. And it's collected by Riaz. It'll be one more though.
I think I called 150 not long ago, Henry, 148.
You did call one.
Good with my numbers, I'm telling you.
You didn't call 150 at the start of the innings.
No, not at the start.
No
but
one
I
did.
did have a sneaking suspicion. My heart is with Thailand today. I did say that early.
You did. I said they won't get 60.
Did you?
How wrong was I?
Needed that. Oh, bowler. Delivery that goes right through to Jurang, trying to give it the big heave-ho into the leg side. And it is 148 for 3. 2 runs off the over so far and the wicket. 2 balls left of the innings. Can they get to 150?
Yeah. I mean, the way they're going, you get 160 off those 2 balls.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't back against them. It's a full straight delivery and very out.
She's been the pick of the bowlers, actually, Needadar, hasn't she? She's been fantastic.
Exactly what you were saying, Joe, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
a different class.
She is. She's right up there.
Has this been the best and most entertaining innings of the tournament?
100% for me. I think, do you know what it's provided? It's just been smart cricket. There's been some unbelievable shots, and everybody is Team Thailand. So, yeah, it's been my favourite innings.
I just think both these batters were, 20 each off about 13 or 14 deliveries. So it didn't stop after the openers got out. Like, it's unbelievable that they've been able to create this momentum. I suppose the question is, can they take this into their bowling and their fielding? Because we know that there's some firepower in Pakistan.
Yeah, no question. And there is the ability, if they get going, to chase this down. But the argument would be that Thailand's stronger suits have been their fielding and bowling. So it's their batting that's been the issue. They've not reached 150 before today in the tournament.
What would they have been like if this had been their first game of the tournament? How much confidence do you think they would have gone in?
Chompu, the new bat, swinging, missing. And it is a dot ball.
Got another fact.